Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Passion of Covenant. Break of Seven Seals. $5,000 still there, brothers and sisters. Still there. Why don't step up and get it? They don't want $5,000. They're well aware of it. And if you're watching this, you're well aware of it. So if you think they're not well aware of it, make them well aware of it. Right? Get your $5,000. It's amazing how no one steps up, yet they say no one ever called them a liar. Well, you know they have. One of them. I've been calling them a liar for years. So no one ever challenged them. What's this? Been out there for years. That shows they are liars. Because he doesn't represent Elijah Muhammad in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It doesn't represent him. Farrakhan doesn't represent him at all. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, just a little background here. Now, this is the Quran. They don't argue about the Quran. They say the Quran is the book, right? So this is Allah speaking. He says he's the best knower. His book has no doubt, right? Let's go down here, right? Oh, and who believe in that was revealed to thee before thee. That means what was revealed before the Quran, the Bible. So Allah says you got to believe in the Bible too. And that was revealed to thee and before thee, unless you call them a liar. But they question Allah on that one. And that's Allah speaking, it's not the prophet. Right? Keep that in mind now. See, the people with Farrakhan, they're not with Farrakhan because of, as I said, the son of perdition, they were not with him for the truth. They were not there because of truth. Because they would not be with him. Because they can't find any truth. Challenge them. $5,000, you find any truth that supports that he's who he claims he is. Find any scripture or verse and collecting $5,000. So you're not there because of truth, you're because you like them or you're being paid to be there or you're an agent or whatever. But you're not there because of truth. Because there's no truth that supports that. Actually, none. If it is, come and get your $5,000. I mean, how simple can it be? Come and get your $5,000. You come support he who claims he is, representing Elijah Muhammad. So you don't have to argue with me. You don't have to argue with them. You heard it. You saw it. People pay attention. So if they claim they haven't heard it, then make them aware. And you come and get your $5,000. How come you don't come and get your? If you with him, if you watching this and you with him, how come you don't come up and claim it? That's a good question right there. Why don't you claim it? If you say, "Hey, Farrakhan's the man," then why don't you come and claim $5,000? Those who conceal all the book not revealed and take for a small price, they conceal a lot of the book. They conceal the message of the covenant, never speak to them. They conceal it. It's not like they don't talk about the verses that's around it. Same thing as it's the message of the covenant, or same thing about the covenant of Abraham. Covenant God made with Abraham, right? Promised land, right? 40 years. But they go further than that. They don't just conceal it. They say it's a lie. They calling God a liar right there. Call him a liar. Even like to call him about the book. That's even worse. Because a liar says, that's my word. I'm making a covenant with you. Covenant is a contract. That's Allah's word. That you return home between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt, which is Arabia, after 40 years. They say we're not going anywhere. And they can't get around it because he said you got to read the book. You got to believe in the book. So they got to believe what that says there. I know we have bad translations, but the manuscripts are there. They're not corrupt. It says that in the manuscripts. So they calling God a liar right there. You can't get around that one. I don't get around it. You don't get around the fact that God said, that Allah said you got to believe in the book. So he said you got to believe in it. He said you can't believe in part of the book, just believe in the other. You can't get, so I can, see, because they're not there for truth. They did, they'd be gone just on this. So we're not looking for them. We don't want them. See? Let me show you something else in a minute. See?
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of? Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
There you go, brothers and sisters. Right there, that should stop you cold because they violate that all the time. They do it every time you try to check their son. They do it every time. He said, "We're not going anywhere." They jump around scriptures. That one on the top right says, "Start weaving out of scriptures." Is that one? So I mean, what do you make of it? They tell you the Quran is the one you got to go by, but that's Allah speaking, and they're going against that. And then He give His word in the Bible, and they said that ain't going to happen. So He just lied to you. He's taking you home. He's lied to you. Right there, you got problems. But so if you're still there, that means you're a demon, you're an agent. You just don't give a damn, or like I said, traitor. Because you're not there for knowledge. You're not there for truth. Because what I just told you right there is enough. Forget about the fact his father's the devil. That's biological fact. Oh, well, it don't matter who your mother father is because God made you in the womb. One drop black blood make you black. And now all the stuff going on in the world, right? I'll talk about that in a minute. And he told him he'd be quiet. Before the darkest time history, he'd been paying him his multimeter, been feeding him electricity, right? And then we turn the light on. Oh, I can't turn the light on. What the hell you been feeding you electricity for 40 some years? Now it's total darkness, and you supposed not to say anything? Then I thought you was the light. I thought you light fire. So we're in darkness now. What are we gonna do? You got a light out. What are we supposed to do? See? Because all these clowns out there, they don't know what to do. You got Ben X, West. They have no idea what's going on right now. They have no idea how it's going to turn out or where it's going. They have no idea whatsoever. I don't care if they got Message Black Man, Fall of America, How You Live, Say His Rise. They have no idea what's going on right now. And that's why he shut up, because he already called Armageddon 3 years ago. You seen the Armageddon? And his henchman said, how they on the left, if any man says something and it doesn't come to pass, that means he's presumptuous and you should never listen to him. Ain't that what he said? Got him saying it. So why he still listen to Farrakhan? You seen Armageddon? He didn't see COVID coming. He didn't see the 1 Middle East coming either. Well, Armageddon supposed to took place, was spread all over Europe, Germany, all this stuff. You seen Armageddon? And then now he's supposed to be quiet. Oh, some hard days coming, brothers and sisters. I'll tell you a couple of things and we'll get right into it. I have to excuse myself. I can't. This I'm going to show you, brothers and sisters, it's making me sick. Elijah Muhammad will cut his goddamn throat. If he was witness with him, I'm going to show you.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagger as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you will never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
That's some sick shit there, boy. Elijah Muhammad, ooh. That goes against everything Elijah Muhammad taught. Oh, they said, oh, well, he said, don't call devils devil. Don't call, well, see, what he meant was, he was trying to say, we're going to be more polite. What he really was, they're not devils. See, it's slowly getting, so cook that frog. Because saying, well, don't call them that no more. See, don't mean they're not that. You're just trying to be polite. But no, what he meant, they ain't devils. And that was Elijah Muhammad's core message. And they're 100% wicked, 100%. But no, y'all brothers. And all that, this is this and that. They're sick. Goes against the teaching, Elijah Muhammad's teachings. I was there for 5 years, 70, 75. Goes against everything. Or his books, you can't find anything in the book backing that stuff up. It's totally against his teachings, totally. You see here? What you see here is another example. Because Scientology has a purpose. He's offering you shit, Scientology. That's what he's offering you. But you won't accept it raw. Right? So you gotta put some seasoning on it. See, one reason why our menu over here is a little different than when back over in the homeland, Africa. People don't tell you the whole truth about it. The reason why soul food got so much spice in it, because they fed us shit. The Bible tells you they fed us shit. Actually, human shit. I want me to show you the verses. And so that's what we had to eat and work hard 24/7. So we had to find all kinds of ways of season it up. If you how can you season up shit? Do something to it. Which ain't chitlins is. It's chitlins. That's what they called it. I mean, that's a coincidence. You take the CR, put the S there. That's exactly what it is. Because if you cook it, you know what it is. You smell the house up. You see shit floating on it. And you was lucky if you even got it cooked because you had nothing to cook with. And you was out in the field. Oh, man, you're working 24/7. And they gave you this little hardly anything to eat. If you're so hungry, you say, I can't take mine. I'm hungry. If he didn't shoot you, well, they want to work out of you, right? Whip your ass for a few minutes. And there was a cow pasture. Everybody says, I'm cow chip. That's where chips come from. The name chips. Cow chips. Eat that, nigga. And that's what you ate. Because you were so hungry, you had nothing else. When you got home, you wouldn't eat much better anyway. They fed you in a trial. They ain't feed you. You see stupid movies, they try to clean it up. You had a fireplace, he's laying back, and dishes and stuff. You didn't have any of that. Only time you ever saw a dish if you worked in the house, and that means you was slave master's rape child. You saw it out there. You got fed the same way pigs and horses and everything else in a trial. Tell me I'm lying. This stuff, even Oprah got stuff, even Demon Ash, she got stuff out there talk about it. It's all over the place. But they don't want you to know about it. And even if you know about it, they stop from thinking. See, I told you, it's a mind war. If you go out, you knock out the mind, the whole body goes with it. And so they stop you from thinking. Get to the root of it, stop from thinking at all. And for hundreds of years, you could not allow to think. Killing that ability to think. See? And so that's why people right now, I don't need math, man. Plus schools are bad anyway. And so that's what we are. And they did that. It ain't our fault. They did it. So people don't want to think. And so do I think for them? They want something? No. They had to turn to master. But they can't think for themselves. That Muhammad came to try to change that. But see, that's what Farrakhan doing. Because you wouldn't be with him. But he's make sure, because Elijah Muhammad start inspiring you to think. It didn't get very far. But he was put the inspiration there. And Farrakhan came along and said, oh, see, you can't, the shit in a fine tar, I take straight down. So he put essence of Elijah on it. See, roses. See, spray some Elijah, essence of Elijah on it. Get the smell of roses, feel of roses, and look of roses. Cover with that. And so you think, hey, man, I'm getting Elijah. Until you get a handful of them, you found, hey, man, you got it. Nothing but a handful of shit. That's what he does, because he doesn't represent Elijah in any way, form, fashion. I try to get $5,000 if you said he is. I mean, it's right there. It's been out there for a long time. Well over a year. So how come you don't step forward and get it? You don't need $5,000? Because you can't. Because he's not there to represent Elijah Muhammad. He's there to get those people that were inspired by Elijah Muhammad, make sure to shut them down. That's what Wallace supposed to do. Wallace wasn't successful with it. So he came to finish the job. And he's been pretty much successful with it too. Because it's all them more brown sisters. Good. Like we had to put hot sauce and salt, everything, trying to get that shit down that they was feeding us. Cow chips. Well, next time I show the verse, I think I'm lying. It said, right? It said even it had Son of Man, but it said, well, he was spared. He wouldn't have to eat human shit, but eat animal shit. Even the Son of Man. You think they talking about Master Muhammad there? So, I just want to, let me say something else here, bro. So, they got you going and coming. I'm going to try to talk some of that today, right? They got you, they got, like I said, when they say your mind was going, that's awesome. Because, that means you're totally messed up. And someone said, well, they gave us their mind. I said, that's not, you got to be careful with words. Because we don't have the same mind they have. But we got the mind from them, so you can say they gave us their mind, but you might assume that the person saying we don't have the same mind they have. Go ahead, same mind they have, right? You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't know who they are. And what they're planning, what they're thinking. We don't have the same mind they have. We have a mind they gave us, so we have their mind that they gave us, so we got to be careful with words. Because we don't have, because if you say they have their mind, that means we have the same mind that they have. We have the same mind they have. We got a mind, right, that they gave us. You understand? I try to tell people you got to be careful with words. can't say stuff out there. But what if I took the attitude like I did just, you think you have the information you have right now? I make sure everything is actually right. Now double check. I haven't had anybody come back yet and show me specifically in detail when it doesn't add up. When I said something that contradicted it. So now, if you have some idea what the Spirit of God is, you read the scriptures. But they talk about the will of God, right? What he got planned, what he planned to do. He's wrath. He's going to put wrath on his people. He come with vengeance. Right? So if you understand, see, this is going to get a lot of you. So how you think? He said he come in. He said, don't think I come to bring peace. I come to bring a sword. I come to kick ass. So how you think his spirit is going to be? You don't come and say, how you going to be talking? What spirit is going to come? He don't come and saying, oh, we're going to check your Tesco fortitude. That bullshit Farrakhan be talking about, right? See? Oh, I shouldn't have said the Tesco. That's kind of rough. See? Oh, maybe if you don't be careful, God will beat your booty. Is that how he coming? Or is he going to come to, if you read what they say, and he's full of wrath and angry, how is he going to come like? Because that's what Farrakhan tell you, he's going to come like that. And that's what the Christian tell you too. He come with a halo on his head, and he loving everybody. But if you read what he's going to come and what he's doing, and tell, right? And you got Joshua grabbing little babies by the heels. He's the Messiah now. Busting their enemies' heads against him and drowning the whole everybody bunch. How you think he gonna come? How you think he'll be talking? I'm gonna come and burn down your whole fucking family, your whole fucking nation. Which one you think is more exact? Which more closest spirit that you see in Scripture? See how they do you? So when you see that person, you hey man, oh look, I don't hear with that. But that's the spirit, ain't it? You see what I'm saying? How they got you all messed up? Because that crap Farrakhan talking about, that's not the spirit you read in there. Gonna burn, hurl the planet, gonna trip people down, knock their brains out, dump them in the ground, burn their ass up. Babies and women shooting everybody else. And all their fucking asses up. You see what I'm saying? That's how we got all distorted. Oh man, you recoil on that one. But that's the spirit you see in there. But you come, Farrakhan, oh, how y'all doing today? I like America. I'm glad y'all showed some testicle fortitude. Is that the spirit you see in there? So they got you already. That's why they make war against God. They already got you set. They already got you a mindset that when you see the Messiah, you have nothing to do with him. Look what you got and everything else, see? But he's full of wrath. He's going to destroy all the nations that fucked around with us. Told us to do double than it did to us. We have sons eat their fathers and fathers their sons. Yeah. But he's handsome. And, y'all been bad. We might have to whip your little booties. You see what I'm saying? Which one's the right spirit? That's how they got you so messed up. They got you all two stuff turned around. That's you. That's on you. We're gonna talk about some things and see it. Oh, look at that man. That's exactly the truth. See, you call. Oh man, he got Farrakhan. He got Farrakhan shitting on them, and that you recall it that. But that's the truth. See, when you like Muhammad said, they make the truth right. They make the truth look like falsehood, and falsehood like truth. Because See, you want a lie that look, but that's exactly what he's doing. Exactly. But that's putting your mind, oh, what's your idea about the time of pressure and trouble? Time of pressure and trouble, these so-called Christians, oh, they're going to rapture. It's going to be a rupture. Jesus coming halo around his head. Oh, he's way all sure right. Oh, how can you see with a sword? Because that's the picture. He said, I'm coming with a sword. I'm coming to fire the sword. How can you share that picture? Because all this is, they knew this day was coming, all designed to turn you all the way around. Because if you have you beating yourself, that means if you got your mind and you're healing yourself, that means you attack your own God. You attack your own Messiah. Because they got this thing all backwards. Like with Farrakhan saying, oh, you talk so nice. Not a man come talking nice. He gonna say words. You think that? He gonna say words worse than that. I mean, you think that's bad? What do you think about somebody grabbing a baby by his head and busting his brains out? Ooh, that's heavy, ain't it? Oh man, that's evil. Because that's where they got you thinking. But if you read scripture, that's the kind of mindset that he has. So that must be Satan. But see, if you understand, it's like, you take and you hurl a bowl of dog shit in somebody's face. Look out, man, oh, they're doing evil, man. Look, that's some nasty stuff, nasty shit doing, right? But see, what you didn't see is that you return the favor because he just threw something in your face. So who's the wicked one there? You just did justice. You see? You just did justice. But you didn't see that part. All you see is what you did. You don't see, because you just returning the favor. And there's no blame on you. God won't blame you. You get consequence. You return the favor. See? Because if we're going to do them as they did to us, and we say how wicked, evil they were, that means we're supposed to do double. Damn, I mean, we're going to be, you see what I'm saying? So are we evil and wicked as they are? That means we're going to be double wicked as they are if no, return the favor. The consequence. Because your mind's all messed up. They burn our children up, bust their heads against the wall and all that kind of stuff. That's why I said, remember Amalek. So return the favor. Okay, if you don't do it, God said he's going to do it, so he's the wicked one? He's the genocidal maniac? So so you better than God now, right? Because somebody's going to do it. If there's a consequence, and they did all that stuff and said they're going to do what them they did to us, somebody's going to be doing it. So it ain't us, God doing it. So you're going to see he's God wicked? See how dare you have? Because all the evil that your son, that you know about happened to us, it's going to happen back to them. And it's going to come from us. When they come from God. So they say, oh, we ain't going to do that because that's really bad. Well, then what are you saying about God then? Because it's going to be done. Somebody's going to do it. I'm trying to get your head straight. See? If you understand, plants grow off of what? Off of shit. They call it fertilizer now, but normally that's what fertilizes the ground. I said my children were small, right? I should ease this on a little bit at a time, right? Trying to get, you understand? Because you can't, you can't go cold turkey on them. But we sitting around eating steaks, right? And we all ate together, right? And I said, hey, who here would eat cow butt? I don't eat no cow butt. You crazy? Nobody eat no damn cow butt. They say Cam, right? And they all went on. They was laughing. Nobody eat no cow. He said, who could eat? They was just cracking up, right? And somebody eat cow butt. Somebody eat cow butt? Cow butt? I said, you eating cowboy right now. Oh, that's what you think steaks are. Those steaks. They didn't stop eating them. They got you a mind, and that mind they gave you is designed for self-destruction. That's what the Bible says, you beat yourself. It's designed for self-destruction. And destroy not only right yourself, but the essence. It means your Messiah, him, destroy anybody come to help you. Because if you beat yourself, you're going to help anybody come to help you. You're going to go after them. So you destroy the Messiah. That's what I say, prepare to make war against God. How do you going to get people to make war against God? Because you got to make God look like he's, you got to give him his idea. Because woe to those who say evil is good and good is evil. You got you all switched around. Everything's upside down. And so you got this idea that's totally wrong, but it's self-destructive. Self-destructive to your nation, self-destructive to your God, self-destructive to your Messiah. Because it's self-destructive to you, your whole body. And then you're even destroying your own children because you teach them to be self-destructive. And that's the job we got. I don't know, they gave me that job, but ooh. Like I said, boss, they had tricked me in on this one. Right? Because after Elijah departed, right, I try to hold up his teachers, right? Because every now I would have like trying to set meetings and stuff and tell people about Elijah and stuff. I wouldn't have to tell them I was the son of man, that kind of stuff. What Farrakhan was doing. So I said, well, let me I should try to put something out there. I should put some pamphlets, tell people about pamphlets and stuff like that there, you know. I didn't know what to do. He wasn't around. And Farrakhan's out deceiving people. So I figured I'd put out what Elijah was actually saying. That was it. I wouldn't look at any special. I wouldn't ask for any money. I wouldn't do anything. Just trying to hold up what I knew. And then I backed into the engine. Ooh. I don't know if that was a good day or bad day, brothers and sisters. Changed my life. So I didn't ask for it. If I saw it coming out, I ran like hell. I saw it coming, but once I got into it, I couldn't. There's no way. Like I said again, I'm exaggerating. These sisters need a champion because everybody in the world against us, but they're against them too, and they're against them more than us because we're against them too. I mean, what's this going to turn? The whole world's against them, and then we're against them too. God damn. If that don't shake you, something should. The whole world's against us, and Farrakhan just won't pass law. Oh, we just forgive them. So he's saying, fuck these sisters. Fuck us. Why you so interested in helping the devils? Well, they ain't devils anymore, and I don't want to stay. I want to heal them. Why are you so interested in doing that, Farrakhan? You're one of them. Like I said, consequence, I throw the BA word out there. The thing is that when you understand the master of it, you better watch out. Because if everything be made new, everything be turned around, who's got more right to it than these sisters do? They went more than anybody. Even you. We've been doing them, beating them up and everything else. Treating them bad. I was wondering, I never really was hard on the sisters, right? Because I was interested, but I don't know, maybe I would if I was so interested in studying math and all that kind of stuff, right? I don't beat up on sisters and stuff. I know, well, let me see. I had a little girlfriend. I was in the Army. See, that's how stupid I was. I just tell it all out. So I came home on leave. I saw her, right? And she didn't see me in a while, and I don't know what happened. And we was doing something, and she kind of coiled. I kind of gave her a slap. Because I'm not making an excuse for it. Because that's where everybody dealt with women. I thought maybe that's where I was supposed to deal with them too. But right away, I knew something was wrong with that, and I never did that again. I said, 2 incidents in my life. I threw an empty water bottle, those plastic water bottles. My wife now, I'm glad she's still with me. It was empty. I ain't here to hurt her. I shouldn't have threw it anyway. Those are the 2 incidents I had in my life. I regret both of them. I see things happening. And I've always been for the sisters. I will say that I've always been for them. Back them up. And then nobody hurt a sister around me. I remember one time, not from Newark, right? And had this little guy, I forget his name was, Clarence. Yeah, Clarence. And he was supposed to be we had like 2 groups. And he had those over 17, those under 17, right? Over 17, it was like they hung out. And then we had another group that was we hung out, pretty much. Right? So Clarence, he was like the tough guy in the under 17 group. See? And he's supposed to be, I never played that game. I never played that game. I wasn't submitting nobody. So I moved to the neighborhood, and that's where it was. So one day, I was right in the middle of everything because where I lived, we lived around the corner. Johnson Avenue, Watson, around the corner. I think Regina Bell, the one you sang, pretty sure she was. I remember the Bell sisters. They lived in that area. Pretty sure she's one of them. I forget now, but I was right in the middle, right around the corner. So I was right in the middle of everything. So right across the street, one day my sister was there and some other girl. They was just sitting there talking. And so Clarence going, I saw something going on. So because I walked up there, and he's talking bad to his sister. I said, "What's happening, man? What you doing?" So he knew that my sister, so he really after, but you said something. That's lit up on him, bam. He was a totally tough guy. Everybody put his button in. We got into it, boy. Not just because of my sister, because all the sisters, all fathers and all the women, my sisters, original women. The thing is, I'm saying, if you understand consequence, you better get these women on your side. We're going to battle. And we want them supporting us. If they don't, we're in trouble. Because they got more stored up than we do. And you don't understand that. I'm trying to explain all the details, 5 points to you, what's going on here. So we don't want those, they love us, and they hold a lot of stuff back in, but you don't want to explode on us. We want to explode in the right direction. We want them to realize we didn't do that to them. They somehow did it, but what we did because we were stupid, because the ignorant, stupid they did to us, so they'll forgive us. They'll forgive us. Because they know we got that idea from the devils. But if you're still doing that, and that's you, some everlasting shame and torment. Because you don't want to get to the hereafter and you find these sisters down on you. Because they won't have you. You're going to be a monk. I'm just trying to warn you, brothers and sisters. These sisters got so much power, they don't know to have it. Once they find it, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. I keep trying to remember how he said it. Because he's talking about the weather. He said one of these sisters, they could bring tornadoes, something he said, I just can't remember exactly how he said it. But he says they control the weather, just don't know it, or something like that. I don't know how he said it. I wish I could remember how he said it. I remember him saying that. Right? These sisters are very powerful, and they got more stored up than we do. And so when this whole thing blows, right, they have more power than we do stored, because they stored up more than we did. We want them to pull it in the right direction, not against us. So if you out there harming these sisters, oppressing these sisters, you're in trouble. If you don't want to show up like that. So if you've been doing that out of ignorance, get it straight, quick. Get on your knees and apologize. You can't, you too proud to apologize to a female? What do you think you came out of? Apologize. But I said, when I threw that ball, I didn't apologize then, right? I thought about it a while later when I came, I apologized. Really, you know, one more says, I was living in this place not so long ago. And my wife had went to visit her mom or something. She was going. And she forgot to give me they gave her new tags, for the parking, and it was in this complex. So she went and, she drove. So she came back. Then she came back, she parked. And she didn't park in the garage. I'm not sure why. I think maybe she could have left the garage key. I don't know why. Anyway, the morning I woke up, well, both cars was towed. Both cars was towed. I said, what the hell was that? Then she told me, well, I forgot. Yeah, but I said, well, why? You've been gone for more than a week and a half. So why did they wait till you come back to do it? Because it doesn't know why you was gone. There was one car been gone, but they waited till you came back to do it. They wanted to get both of them. And I really, so I went over to the office. No, I didn't. I sent an email over to the office. Man, I called them everything but the name of God. I went off on them. Right? And so, the wife went over there. She came back and told me. He says, "Did I know?" She told me, you got a new manager over there or something, right? Trying to be a sister. She got a Muslim name too, but I don't know if she's Muslim now. I ain't asked her. Yeah. What? And so she was the one that was in charge of this happened, right? Because I went off on that letter. And so I felt bad. So I went over there, and young sister, man, and everything. I didn't give a damn. I didn't care if what she did was wrong with what they did. I think she did on purpose. But I feel really bad. I feel bad now. I really apologize. I had tears in my eyes, sister. I didn't mean to say it to you. I didn't know that you was in charge of this here. And she knew, because she said, yeah, well, I got emotional. I said, I know better than that, sister. I said, I don't like what happened, but I know better than to talk to a sister like that. I know better than talk to her. I was so we can, so she finally moved and left, and so she contacts me on email, and then so I guess we're friends now. I guess I don't know. But I feel bad about it. I tell you, I have a real, when it comes to these sisters, I'm all in. Right? I know what they went through. I mean, I don't know what they went through because I am not sister. But I know we didn't protect them. I know they went through more than we went through. And they sitting around here, they crying. The baby's taken away from them, they crying. And the devil raping them, and they crying. And then the devil tells the whole lays down, that kind of stuff. All right, come on. Fucking forgive them? Oh, and that don't tell you something right there? Like that didn't matter? Oh, I don't want to see them go down. I love, really? So that means our sisters, what they went through was nothing to him. I ain't forgiving that. I guess somebody raped his mom and that was somebody did, right? I guess it's okay, right? I didn't mean to get no. I'm just pointing out to you. I'm trying to get the mathematics of it. These sisters are more powerful right now than you are. They're more powerful because they got more stored up. And you don't want to release it on you. See, I'm just telling you. That's what Farrakhan doing, shitting on them. I can prove it. He's not supposed. He's not representing them at all. No way, form, shape, or fashion. One wrong, sisters. I get distracted again. Okay, Will out. Okay, let me see what I got here. Okay, let's Listen to a couple of these things here. See what I got.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
See, they've been talking about the will of God the last 3 weeks, right? But that's the will of God. That's the way Babylon America's going. He don't want that. He's against the will of God. See, they stupid over there, fools, and the point is, he is telling you, and everything all Scripture says, that's what's going to happen to Babylon. That's God's wrath, his judgment on them. He said, that's how he want. He don't want that. But they tell me, he's the Messiah. He's the Messiah. And Messiah said, I'm coming to destroy him. I'm going to fuck Babylon up. Destroy it. Everything about it. All its inhabitants. 100%. He said, no. How are you going to tell me he's the Messiah? So he got schizophrenic. He's totally against the whole spirit of the Quran and the Bible. Judgment on them. What they did, you reap what you sow. God's not mocked. But no, you don't want to see it happen. So what about what happened to us? It don't matter. They did all that shit for 40 years. He likes it here. He don't want to see nothing happen to them. And that's the spirit, that's about the will of God. So is that the will of God that you read? Show me a scripture anywhere. I don't care where. New Testament, Old Testament, if that's the spirit of the Messiah or the God that's going to render judgment. I said they're not there for truth. They're there for truth. They're because they're demons. They just like him or whatever. They ain't give a truth because that right there disqualifies him. Because he just told you. He don't want to see what happened to him and said they're going to get worse. So-called Jesus told him, I said it's going to be worse for America than for them. But he don't want to see that. He don't want to see justice. So he don't give a fuck about what happened to us. Because what happened to us okay. It don't matter. Because he don't want to see America punished for what happened to us. Why? Because he's one of them. He's advocating for them. He's a wolf that's advocating for wolves. He looked like a sheep, but what who's advocating for? He's not advocating for that for us. I'm gonna show you how he feels about us, because he wanted to worms eat your ass. And you're wicked and sinful. You're atone. Oh, but it's all right for them. He wants America healed, but us, we're sinful. We ain't got no reward coming. Oh, brothers and sisters. Here, see, says this son of man talking. So I've tried in the wine prison. Let me see. He couldn't get any help. That's how bad people are. He said he couldn't get help. And of the people, there was none with me. For why? There was none. For I tread them in mine anger and trample in my fury. Their blood shall be sprinkled upon the garments, my stay and stayed on my garments. And I looked, and there was none to help. None to help. There was none to uphold. Never here to do it itself. Nobody's helping with this message. I didn't ask anybody to help. They come and say they want to help. They don't help. It says right there, they don't help. If anything, they just press it, distort it, mess it. I keep telling people, don't mess with that. There's a consequence to everything. Where you do it ignorant, you fall off a building or you step off a building, the same thing. Gravity's going to tear your ass up, whether you did it on purpose or not. This cannot be fucked around with. Because if you're doing it, the result's the same. So I have to assume that maybe you're an enemy. Because, I mean, you're acting as an enemy. You may not pretend to be, but you're acting like an enemy. So you might as well consider you an enemy. Because you mess with this message. And it says he'd be by himself. Be alone. So he looked. I looked, there was none to help. I wondered, there was none to uphold. I wonder, what's with these Levites, boy? If my own arm brought salvation to me, and my fury it upheld me. Do it myself. I've tried the wine press alone. That means take out these devils, these demons. The people, there was none with me. So there was nobody helped me do this. I would tread them down in my anger. That's what he's treading on, these devils, and trembling in my fury. Oh, that's what Farrakhan wants. So he's against the will of God. He's against the Messiah. Because the Messiah said, this is what I want. Well, I will tread them down in my anger. He's angry at him. No, I want to save him. He's angry and trampling in my fury. He's furious. He said, fuck these motherfuckers. I'm going to kill them all. That's where he's talking. Now, he contested. You see? That's what he's right here. He's going to trample down my fury and blood sprinkled upon my garment. I was slain in my... You see what I'm saying? There's two different attitudes there. But if you come with the attitude, that attitude that he's saying, oh man, that guy, look at the way the person... I asked somebody the other day, man, why you say all that stuff? Man, why you talking like that? How do you think that person's talking? Sound like he's talking about, I'm going to come in and beat your little booty. I tried to whimper alone. People, there was none help. I would tread them down in my anger and trample in my fury. Trample them. See how you got you started? I'm not going to play again. I'm not trying to be at something I'm not. He coming angry. What's the language of anger? Fury. This is how furious you are, doesn't it? If you're really furious, it sounds to me that he is really furious. What do you think the language is going to be like? Oh man, you got a I'm gonna kick your booty real hard. I'm gonna kick your booty with both my feet. That's kind of anger you're talking about? That kind of anger you're talking about? You're going to find a minute, brothers and sisters. If you make the tribulation, you're going to be, your language will be a whole lot. I mean, this is their language. But once we learn Arabic, our tongue will become clean because we don't animal have given us shit anymore. Oh, you got sugar in your tongue, but you're supposed to say, oh man, this is some nasty stuff on my tongue. They put shit in your mouth. Oh man, this is some nasty stuff. Is that how you say it? Or you say, man, I got a mouth full of shit. Let's go ahead and play it.
Three. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5 And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6 And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
Let me, well, okay. What I was saying was that to understand the language, this language for his enemies, it's not a language for his people. Like I said about sisters, language for sisters, I had language for the sisters. When we call them bees and all that kind of stuff, don't call them the niggas, our people. That's language for the devils. So we got to make sure, because right now we're using our own language. Look, we're using our language on ourselves. Calling ourselves dogs and bees and all that kind of stuff, and niggas. See, because we're working against ourselves. That's the mind they gave us. We're working against ourselves. No, that language will be pointed out to them. The language that Son of Man and the God and everything, because Master Muhammad had nothing but beautiful language for us. Muhammad had nothing but beautiful language for us. Had nothing but beautiful language for us. People, especially our females. The language for them, make that distinction. We don't talk to each other like that. Okay, okay. We get upset with each other. That's as long as they, like I said, unless ain't something that's against our nation, we still don't talk like that. My father, I know he was converted before he left, but even before that, right? He was hard. He never cursed at me. He was tough. Never even cursed at me once. I never cursed at my children either. So sometimes, right? Don't curse at my wife either. These devils, restrained, because his chastisement will be on them, will be unrestrained. Not be a hypocrite. But you're going with Farrakhan. Oh. But see, he don't even want to whip their little booties. He want to kiss their little booties. Can I kiss your little booties? That's him. He don't even want to whip their little booties. He want to kiss them. Okay. Went a little longer than I expected to, brother, sister. Anyway, I'm going to talk briefly. Maybe I'll talk a little later. I'm trying to do it a couple of these a day, but I got so many technical issues. And I wanted to get a couple of things up on TikTok, but I spend several hours doing this every day, bro. So like I said, technically, I have to put these things together. I didn't ask you for any money. This is I'm doing because somebody had to do it. They dropped it off of me. I didn't ask for it. Right? But once I saw it, I understand my duty. I'm not going to do it half-ass. I'm glad to give somebody else. They can handle it. I'm not going to do it half-ass. I don't do anything half-ass. tell you something right there. Something I don't want to do, but I know it need to be done. So I'm giving it all everything. So if I can get something I don't even want to do, everything 100%. What's your problem? I said I didn't want to do this. That's what I want to do. You see, read by Jonah. He didn't want to do this, but he didn't do it half-ass. So he wanted to die. He didn't want. He definitely want to do it. Anyway, you got three things I'm gonna talk about. The threat, the basic threat. What I'm trying to just get you to understand that they call it 360 degrees, brothers and sisters. There's a couple things you can look at. Right now, they don't need you. They come with AI. The only reason to hold up, because if you go to China or those places, you see AI. I mean, they actually got robots, these robots running up, walking up down the street doing stuff. The only reason to hold it back here because they don't want you to see what's happening. They don't need you no more because if you figure it out, then they got riots, you're going to tear cities up and everything else. That's what I said. They was afraid that you could turn and fight against them and then flee the country. But Farrakhan ain't telling you this because he's part of it. And all these other dumbass Ben X and all that, they don't know. They don't know what's going on. They have no idea. So you're under threat and you don't even know you're under threat. Just like you tell about Civil War, they lie about everything. Civil War, you was under threat then. Because the problem is they had slaves, they didn't need them anymore. They didn't need you in the fields anymore. They didn't free you. They didn't need you. The whole war was about what they're going to do with you. That was the war, was about what they're going to do with you. Not to free you. That came later when they was in trouble. The war wasn't going so well. So they told Lincoln, said, well, tell them you free them if they help fight in the war. That's a fact. They didn't need you in the field anymore. They had the cotton gin and all that kind of stuff. They said, what are you going to do with them? So they come all these different kind of ways. Some of you Liberians, some of you chain gang, and whatever. Some of you put in concentration camps and starving to death. They didn't know what to do with you because they didn't need you anymore. Every 50 years, I keep trying. I'm not going to that again today. Maybe tomorrow I'll fall back on that and give you some more information about it. But every time, and then you got to try to go and set your own little towns up and stuff to get away from them. They come and burn it down. They don't want you here. They don't want you here now. So they'll give it reparations. How do you think? Oh, that's another story together. They hate you. We hate somebody, change it. The more you hate, you change it. And they change 100%. You don't change things that you love. If you try to change back, then all of a sudden they come at you. They drop the whole kitchen sink on your ass. Try to say, "Oh, my name ain't Jamie Nickelbob no more. My name is Ahmed." Oh, can't do that. You're a terrorist now. You lost your job. I don't need you anymore. So forth, so on. So I had my own business. I experienced all that kind of stuff. I had that, but I was so good. They called me in because they couldn't find anybody to do good as I was to straighten something out. Some of these devils had didn't work. As soon as I finished it, man, they gave me what I asked for. It gave me my money. And say, "La vie, get the hell out of here," because they want me around because I wasn't playing their game, but I got the job done. And that each one, they don't need you. It's like right now, how did China get strong? Because they had those, they sent China your jobs. They destroyed Detroit. They don't want you around here. And right now, with AI come in, remember each age they need you less than you become more of a problem. Because when industrial age comes, not industrial age, electronic age, and what's the next one? I'm getting mixed up now. First was first was agricultural age. That's where it was in the fields. You need people to pick cotton stuff, right? Then your industrial age start bringing machines and stuff in, right? Oh, the computer age. And then you had the electronic, then the computer age. And each one of those, right, used in a way. And it's hard to go and find information, but like I said, I went to the program. Somebody told me that they have revived that program to another name or somewhere. I ran this brother to Jim. He was telling me, he says, "Hey, I'm doing that." He said So you went to that program? He was in his 50s or something like that, right? About 20 years young. I said, you really? Seemed like a similar program, so I don't know. But anyway, the bottom line was they did demographics. They found, long story, they found that when they have a new industry come in, they do what they call SIC codes, standard industrial codes. They try to find what demographics best, like if it's going to be a new model industry. Well, they probably found that women would be the best to train them for it, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. But they actually found out that blacks would be the best programmers. They said tied with music somehow. I don't know the details. So they had this program. This was during Carter's time, before Reagan came in. I went through the program. They paid you. You went 3 months. They paid you while you was going. IBM gave the equipment and the training, and Urban League gave the facilities and the administrative side of it. And the local government, they said, right, if they had computers, like Montgomery Ward was one of the pioneers in it, that they would hire in the top 10% of the class. I made sure I was number one in the class. The name like Raheem. This wrapped it out Muhammad departed. It's like 77, 77, I think it was. Because I was walking down the street one day, the brother said, hey, brother, you want to get in the program? Get the computers or the whole, you know? Yeah. So I went in. And the thing is, and I went through it, like, and then when Reagan came in, he shut it down quick. Because, see, he said, nah, man, they can't have niggas doing this stuff, man. We don't want to hear, they'd be too powerful. This is made industry. This is sensitive industry. And at that time, you couldn't find an Indian in this country nowhere. You couldn't hardly find one. I knew there was a couple, there was a little place, so when you go to New Jersey to New York, you had to go to Jersey City, there was a little community there, and you see them, but there was like an oddity. They came this movie called I'm Alive #5. And you probably could get that. You probably can Google that. It's an old movie, but it may still be out there. See, I'm not lying. You want to lie, you had to go to Farrakhan for that. Let me double check right quick. That was the name of the movie, and you see what I'm talking about. They do that propaganda like Bruce Lee stuff. You think all Asians know karate? No, they don't. But you get scared. Oh man, because no, they make it. Let's do it anyway. I'm Alive #5. Alive number. It's a whole movie. See if it's even still out there. Mm-mm. You gotta know if that's the same right one though. Okay, yeah. That's it. It's out there. And it was about an Indian person. Remember this this stuff just all coming out, right? I think it said with 86. 86? Who was made? Oh, well, it says his actual name was Short Circuit, but they still, yeah, I'm Alive #5 there, so that's where I remember it. Anyway, so he came, he was this Indian guy, made a robot, made it come alive. So all of a sudden, man, these guys are smart. See, that was the whole idea to show how. And then the next day, they flooded the country. Because they didn't want you to have those jobs. They three strikes you're out. You know, these prisons and everything else, right? Threw you in there, separated men from their families. That's a fact. And they brought them in. But you ask yourself a question: how come they don't give it to their own people? Because they're not that good at programming. And they know you're the best, so they went and got the second best. They want you to have it. And they sent them over, they come over, they flood here taking your jobs while you in prison or jail or whatever, on drugs or what, and got you up NFL. They tell you, they don't tell you to go to school for computers and stuff like that. Tell, oh, you going, learn to be a social or something else, advisor or something. But you're the best at it. I was master at it. I made a lot of money. I saved a lot of money for companies. They knew I had a good reputation, but they didn't want you to know. And so, and they send your job in Detroit over to China. So now China's a powerhouse. How to get power? In the 50s, China was a basket case. So if they China's so powerful, they got power to send your jobs over there. They want you to have them. It's a threat. So every time something comes up, they try to shut you out. So Civil War wasn't about, the problem is that they had the slaves, and the slave man said, well, I got this slave right here. I'm gonna put him in these plants. They call them plants. They used to call them plants, they call them factories now. Right? And people know, say, hey, we can't do that, man, because that's cheap labor. Because the slaves won't get the money. They were gonna pay, so he say, okay, how much you paying? $5 an hour? Okay, my slave, they work for $2 an hour. So who you going? And that's what the white folks got mad. So you can't do that because we can't compete with that. We can't work for $2 an hour. That was what it was really about. Just check it out. Don't take my word for it. That's what the fight was all about. And so I said, no, we're going to do, we can't tell us what to do. They didn't feel no more. That's what the fight was about. Who could manage it? Because as soon as the war was over, what did the South with North do? They started trade guilds, apprenticeships, and unions to keep your ass out of all those jobs. You never got 4 acres of mules, none of that stuff, did you? So you're under threat, because right now they don't need you at all. They don't need you at all. They got robots and everything, AI, and they're holding it back because they don't want you to see what's going on, because if you see it, then you might come together, then they have a problem. That's why they're already setting up they got to get rid of you. They got these detention camps. Check it out. Detention camps, the reason they was there, so because reason they were there, so if you was an immigrant and you got caught, then you could go there because he had deportation order from the court, deport your ass. So you had to go to court. But they don't have to do it anymore. He can just send your ass out of the country. So why still building them? Why still building them? And why he's saying he can put American troops and come after you on American soil, which is against the Constitution, never could do before. Why are you doing that kind of stuff? Why is going over there and why is America backing that thing over in Gaza? America's really sponsoring that because they just pulled the trigger. They couldn't do anything. They didn't give them the arms and guns and bullets. Because all that's planned for you. They're doing try runs. They're getting us setting up together, see how it works. Because the media ain't saying anything about how can the media not jump on and say, man, that's genocide. You don't see? They're closing on you. That's the threat. You hear Farrakhan and him to no, because they're part of it. But the point is, once they take us out, they're going to take demons out too. They don't want them either. They use them to take us out. In fact, they used Saddam Hussein to attack Iran, and then when that didn't work, then he got rid of his ass. That's their game. That's the threat, brother and sister, so you take it or leave it. That's the threat. It's more than a threat, because it's already in motion. Look what Trump is doing. Look what he's doing. He's doing everything, and the point is, right now, if you riot right now, they can shoot you. He just did a test run just now. He just killed all those people in Argentina. That was an international war. It was illegal to do. They said, well, they was carrying drugs. They didn't go aboard the ship. They didn't stop the ship. See, they said, well, they can't. That's illegal. What's he doing? Because he already setting the precedent to do this stuff. Okay, Everybody's already desensitized about what's going on in God. I mean, just kill women, children openly, and they ain't. And why America's not? No, because they desperately planning to do to you. They're doing a test case, desensitizing the world to it, and make sure the media is on board, so the media ain't saying anything. And they got this detention centers to put your ass in there, round you up, and then the people in the prison, they can take them inside El Salvador now, and put them in that's in prison, America. They can put them in. That's you. Have you been paying attention to the news? You can take them prisoners that's American citizens and send them down to a prison down in El Salvador. Now they're building. They already got some of them out. They can build more. Why is he doing that? They said they're planning. They don't want you to see you coming. And look what you got your hair. Oh man, you watching Beyonce. You watch MSF, NBA, and all into that shit. And it says they was closing on you, come as a snare. And so when you find out, it's gonna be too late. Because when you find out, then you got to flee immediately. Then you can't go in your house to get your baby. You can't go in your house to get your coat. No, you got to flee. That means the trap is already set. None of these people telling you about that. So you know, I'm just letting you know. I'm gonna move on to let me talk about this temperature. Let me go down here. Get to that. Okay. Temperature. Where's that at? That's how I got it here. Yeah. Okay, let me explain something to you, brothers and sisters. You know, I know you don't understand my pressure. I keep telling you that pressure defines our reality. Right? And so when you put more pressure on something, right? Like if heat, the temperature means why it's hot, because things move around faster. The harder it is, the faster they move. But the more they move, the more they ability to collide. That's what pressure is, collisions that result in them moving fast. The volume is how much there is in there. So you look at that, you got a pot of water, the volume is three aspects. The volume is how much water is in there. The temperature, you got fire on it, how fast that water's moving. So if it's moving real fast, it's boiling, right? It's trying to get out of the pot. Right? And when it's trying to get out of the pot, that's collision. So it get hot, then it's trying to come out of the pot. That's collision because they're colliding. The more they collide, you know, so the more they're going to try to rise out of the pot. That's the collision. The heat is how fast they're moving, and the volume is how much there is. Those three principles with pressure, if you understand that, basically. So the pressure increases as the universe contracts, is increasing. The pressure increasing since 1860s, right? About 50 years, I explained that. So everything's moving fast, but when you have collisions, right, you have some particles that are like, say you had a collision between a billiard ball, you know, that you play pool, right, and an egg. With that collision, you know what's going to happen there. They hit each other, that egg is gone. But the egg has less structure. So we got 5 different particular nations, they say, and the Europeans had a lower structure. They devoid of everything. Original people had a higher structure. They're Lamborghinis and Volkswagen Beetles, right? So if they collide, there's no that's in there for the egg. They got the lower structure, right? So as the thing moves, so right now you see the world move faster and faster and faster because it's heating up. Because eventually it go fast enough. If you get the collision enough, that's war. Because you know when you have interaction, that's a collision. Now it could be a minor collision like you interface. Or you intimate, that's an interaction. But it's one that's mild, so that's one you like. But it's violent, it's real hard. Then it's violent or a fight or whatever. If it's a whole lot of it, then it's boiling. That means you got maybe a world war or something. If you understand that idea. So you see the world's heating up right now. Why? Because it's more energized. But if they move faster and faster. Now we think at a certain speed. Now I think because energy level has been low, energy deprivation, I thought prices got lower and lower and lower. So right now we've been some of it ain't thinking at all. Going to take energy to think. But your thought process as it's going to increase as you get more energized. And we're in the middle of an right now. We're in a 50-year period, so we're about to be get another inspiration or energy. But the bottom line is, what I'm trying to get here is that you move faster. That's called temperature or temper. Move faster and faster and faster, more collisions. The more you move, the more collisions. The more collision, the people have lowest. They're the ones gonna. They have lowest stroke. They move faster than everybody else. Mass time acceleration equals force. So everybody got the same force, but they move faster because they got lower structure. That's why you see devils move faster. Conflict. They're the ones with all the conflict over the world. Who's got less conflict? We ain't doing anything. We don't control anything because we have less energy, but we're increasing. What I'm trying to make here is, I don't know if you, I was trying to figure how I can get this concept across. Okay. Say, for instance, you're driving down a speedway and cars driving all kinds of directions, right? But see, your thinking is slow. Well, you're gonna end up crashing or something because everybody moves fast, cutting lanes and everything else, right? And you think it's slow, but you moving 50 miles an hour. You driving fast and you thinking. That means you're gonna collide into something. You're gonna run into something. If you think you move fast and you're thinking. If you're moving fast and you're thinking, you're gonna collide. Right? Violently. And that's what's happening right now. Because everything's speeding up right now, so the devils are moving faster than they're thinking. That's why they're making all these mistakes. They're doing all kind of stuff. They're colliding, all these wars, conflicts with them, because they move fast and they're thinking. And it's only going to get worse. That means you're going to be more collision. That's Armageddon's on the horizon. War in the Middle East is going to resume in a minute because they move fast and they're thinking. See? So we're going to be moving faster than we're not being moved faster than them because they move fast because they remember they got low structure. We eventually will, but our thinking is going to increase. And our thinking is the most powerful thing in the universe. Our potential. They've exhausted their potential. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say here. Point is that that's what's going on here. So if you think, I say, well, what happens if you move fast? You're thinking. It means you're going to run into stuff. That means more collisions, more violent collisions. So if you understand, I'm trying to get you to understand what's going on around you in a mathematical way. So if you start thinking mathematically, then you start because you need to you need to get more detail, but math right there tells you, look at the math. It explains, even those clowns out there had that much, they can explain what's going on right now. That's what's going on right now. And so it's deposited by the ball, and they're the ones going to be crushed. But they have lower structure, and we move slower than anybody else. But our potential, as more energy comes, we can move faster and faster and faster. But the universe will never move faster than we can think. Right? I mean, once we start, resurrecting ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's going on right now. So when you talk about the angel, right, and some of us are going to fall in that category too, because we have the energy to think fast and moving. We're hungry in this world's life and everything else. We're using it. You're not using that energy to think. No, you have to manage your energy. You have to manage it yourself. So you have enough energy to manage it so you can move. So therefore, because then you avoid crashes because you can see it coming. See, that's one of the ways to say hail and hail be harmed because everything's moving fast, but you think faster. But everything moves fast and they can't keep up with it. So that's why it says when the end comes, it says, and come out Trump, right? Hey, you don't get a phone call. Hey, man, just had a tornado over here. Oh, man, we got attacked over here. Oh, man, we lost this submarine over here. Oh, man, somebody just bombed over here. Oh, we got a terrorist attack. I mean, going like this. That's what it says it's going to be because too many things happen. They can't keep up with it. Too many things happen in the world right now to keep up with it because the world's changed so fast. It's thinking fast and they can think. That's why they make all these mistakes. The world's changing faster than they can think. They can't keep up with it. That's what. And so what happens is you try to slow it down. Hey man, slow things down, man. It's like, you know, if you in a crowd, everybody's talking, you can't hear yourself think. We all shout, we all be quiet. See? So that's why America's trying to stop everything, and because it's doing fast, too fast. It's happening fast, and they can keep up with it. So the only thing they can do is try to slow it down or get rid of it. And that's why they're gonna come after us because we're gonna be part of the problem. Because black folks are going to be more assertive in a minute once they get the energy, right? And they're gonna be able to control us, and we're gonna come together, and they're gonna have to attack us because they can't keep up with. See, too many things happening, and so that's when it happens, you get violent because you can't keep up with it. You can't analyze. It's happened too much things. Too many things happen, right? So you just everything's gonna stop us. They're gonna try to stop us. He get in trouble. He got in trouble all the world. Everything is falling apart for America because they can't keep up with it anymore. See, when they was given control, that means they was thinking faster than anybody else. So that was Adam, new ruling earth, make me shed blood, but he was thinking faster than everybody else. So he could, right? We didn't have much energy to think that much. So therefore, he was thinking more than everybody. He was thinking faster than we was thinking. He was thinking more than anybody. So he had control. But now, our thinking is increasing. Those of us that are using energy to think, I say using energy for NFL, NBA, all that bullshit. If you use that. Now, the problem with Angel is that, see, you got two categories. You got those that want to memorize it. Well, that's helpful in a way, because now, right, it's like, say for instance, you're in a boxing match. So you watch this boxer fight. So you watch all this videos and everything else. He does this, he does this. So you get his pattern down, right? So you remember his pattern. So you got a pattern, you get a ring, you whoop his ass because now you know his pattern. But what if he switch up on you? You're dead. Because now you don't know what the hell is going on. So as long as he follow that pattern, but if he switch up on you, he figure you're dead because you just remembering. And people want to remember it, they'll say, oh man, yeah, the war in the Middle East is coming, guns go down. But see, I want to see all the little particulars in the middle. Because what if you turn out your husband a demon? What if you turn out your wife's a demon? Mother, what if you find out that do others detail and you don't know what to deal with them? Because all you do is remember the big events. And so a small one's gonna kill you. I tell you, the only way you're gonna get there, you have to climb that ladder. You have to raise your thinking up above the actions have going on. That's why, because the point is, once you get the angel, then you'll be able to do that. Because you'll be able to break verses down and everything in the angel, because now you're at that level. If you can't do that, it means you're just remembering stuff. That gets you, right? If devil do something different, yeah, that's your ass on that one too. Because you remember the pattern, not the details. And what's all the details? The angel give you all the basic details, everything. Don't give you all. Don't tell you the little nitty gritty stuff. But if you understand, once you get to that level, you understand that, because every time you run into a situation, you'll be able to analyze it, but you can think faster than it. So you tell people, it's up to them. So the problem is that right now, that's why it says that wisdom will be stupid, they'll be backwards, because right now, everything you're doing, things are changing faster than they can think. Can't keep away. That's why so much confusion and everything in America. And so therefore, that means you lose control. Nobody wants to lose control. If you lose control, right? Like you just start losing control of your child, you start whooping his ass. They start seeing lose control of us, they want to take us out. Hope you understand, bro and sis. I'm gonna leave that one. Okay, let's talk about the other ones. I said, I talk about three things. Maybe this. I need to talk about that for a minute. Then C-bomb temperature. Oh, I said, okay. Let's talk about the temperature. Okay, let's go to C-bomb. Anyway, about this. See, right now, part of our mind been messed up is that we don't have a common. See, the point is we're not unified. We don't have a unified vision. We don't have a unified vision. They make sure we don't. They tell us, we ham, we doomed to be slaves, right? They give us this false Jesus and all this kind of stuff where we can prove it, right? Something that don't exist, all that kind of stuff. So therefore, we all, right? It's like the Hulk, man. He's drunk on drugs. He got all that power, but man, he don't know what to do with it because he's the most powerful one on the planet right now. We keep your device, you don't know. Because it said people don't have vision perish. So the point is, you don't have a unifying vision. Before people get unified, they have to have a unified vision, something to unify around. So right now, you don't have one because they give you this and this one. This vision here tells you they false this. That means you ain't nothing. You ain't God's chosen people. You're just somebody that was being punished, like Farrakhan telling you, because you're so wicked. You need to atone. You're doomed to be slaves forever. So you running trying to find a home somewhere. Oh, Jesus, can you help me, Jesus? Or whatever. Because the Bible is not for you. It's against you. The Bible they teach you about. Because if you don't treat them right, Jesus ain't gonna let you in heaven, all that kind of stuff. But if you get this vision, and you realize that, oh, that's unified vision, that God's for you, all it's inspiration, unify. Everybody got the common vision, they'll work together, right? Come in as a body, unify, seems a great army, right? But they don't want that. That's why I got false Israel up there. That's why I said we see Jerusalem surrounded by armies. No, it's destruction, their destruction. Who controls Jerusalem? That's when you got to flee. Why? Because now you got a unifying vision. Because when theirs goes out, they got to snuff you out right then. Hope you understand this, brothers and sisters. And you're not getting this from those clowns out there. So stick with them if you want to. So your choice. I'm here to give you information. Okay, let's go into the next thing and then I'm going to close. C-bomb. And see this? We're seeing here is America's hitting us and we're not retaliating. Every action has an opposite reaction. So we're storing it. They're hitting us. It's 400 years they keep hitting us. But we're not retaliating. We're just taking it. The force doesn't die out. Every action has an opposite reaction. That's consequence. You can't get around it. No one get around it. No one's ever got around it. There's no Bible, scripture, no God, anything to tell you different. It says you reap what you sow, period. So if you hold it in, but you're just holding it in. You're delaying it, but it's still there. So you absorbed all of that. Okay? They keep hitting you, we ain't retaliate. That's what told the angels said. Angels just submit. Why do you submit? Tell them submit. Just take it all. Okay? So what's happening? What's happening is, see, but we were storing it all up against ourselves. See? And then, let me back up here. I got a short version, I got a longer version. Yeah. Anyway, this is happening, and the force is turned against ourselves. That's what we had. Our minds were fighting against ourselves. And then Elijah came along and said, no, 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 no. You're the chosen people. Don't turn to anger. They're the devils. Turn against them. They're the ones you got, not against your own people. Stop calling yourself niggas, all that kind of stuff. It's the devils that's caused the problem. See? That's what you're going to see in a minute. Because we got all stored up and we playing against ourselves, call ourselves niggas and all that stuff, right? When Elijah Muhammad showed up against ourselves. And he came along and said, oh, no, no, no. They're the problem. Stop beating yourself up. Stop. Maybe we call ourselves self-haters, was hating ourselves and everything else. That's what he said. And he said, no, turn it outward. They're the devils. They're the one causing this problem, right? They said, hey, man, we can't have that. Because they're going to turn all that. So they had Farrakhan in, turn it back in on us. Okay? We're the problem. Their Scientology is right. Your mind, not them. We love America. We want to keep America here. We're causing the problem, see? That's how you know who he is. Because they stopped. That's why they put false Israel up there. And then that means, and said, who the Lord will destroy, will consume his spirit of his mouth. That's when the angel beat him 35 years. Then he turned it back. No, they're the devils. Focus energy on them. We ain't the problem, they the problem. See, Farrakhan tells that we the problem. So here we go right here. This is the long version. Let me show it again. Now, what am I showing here? Oh, let me check something about this. I may have inadvertently get my timing wrong. Give me a second. Yeah, I did that backwards, I think. Okay. Okay, I see what happened. And walk it through it first. What's happening here is, I took that up, but anyway. Okay. It was told the whole story about Adam. That they don't know what that means in the Quran. Adam was making maybe shed blood, maybe he was wicked, but he was getting a charge because with energy deprivation, Adam had energy more energy we did, so they could maintain a civilization, be a bad one, but bad was better than no water. And we told to submit. So why was told to submit? If this we're not. He said, I ain't submitting any of that. Right? See. Because we had a wisdom, and Dr. Shabazz planned this. And we understand consequence, every action has opposite reaction. This thing called resonance. You can dam up consequence, you can't stop it, you can just dam it. Right? That's called C-bomb. It's consequence bomb. And so, and the bottom line is the way, the short version is, if I punch you in the face with a pound of force, 1 pound of force every day, 1 pound, bam, right? Then consequence means you're going to get punched back in the face. If I don't do it, it's going to come back to you another way. Still come back with equal force. I mean, I come in, punch the face, maybe break a leg. So anyway, I hit you one every day. So 360 days, right? So yeah, that's 360 pounds of force. 1 pound every day would be 365 pounds of force at the end of the year. You didn't retaliate. But you remember, every action has an opposite reaction. So you just held it in, right? I said I do it for 10 years. That's 3,000, 360, 3,600 pounds. That's 10 years, wow. And then at that point, I can't take it anymore. So I retaliate. Not over 10 years, immediately. So I hit you one time with 3,600 pounds of force. It destroy you. See? But its consequence is equal. That's justice. 3 plus 5 is equal 2 plus 6, equal but different. 5 plus 1 is equal to 2 plus 4. So I stand up and hit all at once. See what I'm saying? That's a consequence bomb. And so that's what he was told to submit. Because Adam was going to get away with what he was doing to us. He said to be a judge if they afflicted us. Adam was told, don't do that. So we took it by submitting. We built up over 400 years of all that force they put on. I said, do unto them as it's done to you. We built up that much. And it says we released to them on one day, meaning 1 year. So 400 years of what they did to us was the worst treatment in history. We're going to release on them in 1 year. Can you imagine what that's like? They cannot survive it. And that's how we destroy them. Because if we hit them back, there's been a perpetual war for 5 years. They wouldn't have slayed us, but we've been just coming fighting each other for 40 years. That's what Jinn did. Jinn says, I'm not going to submit. I ain't going to submit. So every time Adam hit Jinn hit him back. Hit him back. Hit him back. And that's what Jinn are. Because it says Adam, they as soon as try to test the whole universe. That's not the whole planet, because only one nation is ruling the planet. That's Europeans. So Adam has to be the Europeans. There's only been 2 world powers, America and Britain. And we in total submission. And we hear total submission. They got to name everything. Total submission. So we absorbed all that. But angel, who's Jinn? They're the ones that so they're going to submit and they're going to fight back. They ain't taking it. Right? They're going to continue doing what they was doing before. Well, they're the angels. As soon as they ain't angels, well, they said that constant angels. So that means they got to be real people, because how could they submit to it if they weren't real people? See, that's why they confuse. The reason why they confuse it, because they said obvious way, that means they point them to the Jinn, because they're the Jinn. Because they fight Europeans on everything. They won't accept any of this. They won't accept their language. They won't accept their religion. They won't accept their economics. They won't accept their government. They won't accept any of it. And they fight them constantly, back and forth for the whole 40 years. Exactly. So they're the Jinn. And they came at us. They said they would come at us. Right? And until we were raised. So anytime I hadn't been raised, because Adam is a rule. We're the ones on submission. We didn't be raised. And they took our, as soon as they got our language, they got our land, they got our culture, got our religion. See what I'm saying? It's right there. It's clear. If you look at it the clear way, they confuse it to keep you confused. Because they're all, like I said, all this is planning. I'm not going into more detail today. I think I'm gonna have one. I just go into all the different aspects of the plan they have. So the thing is that we didn't want them. They actually had 12,000 years. We wanted to cut it short of 6,000 years. Only way we can do that is we had to submit, so we built a bomb big enough to blow them away at 6,000 years. And then we have a derivative God. That's why Muhammad, he ruled for the next 6,000 years. And that's what you're seeing right here. See, but the thing is that that's why God told us to let my people go, because they about to blow. We see, in other words, they said 400 years because they know it's all, that wasn't arbitrary. They said we could only take 40 years of submission under them. We would be able to take any more than that. Or actually, they gonna do us. We can only, we're strong, but we should only strong to take 40 years. We can't do more than that. That 40 years, we're gonna blow. Now you see black folks rising, and they blow now. White folks start to lose control. They don't like that. That's why. So about the blood. So it's, get them out your house. Because they don't, you're going to have these plagues. Those plagues is the characterization of the explosion. Plagues come from us. Because it said do double and what's the plagues? The plagues what it said do double damage did to us. That so what we're doing, that's causing the plagues. That's why I told let them go, let them go. They're gonna blow up your house. You're gonna get plagues and stuff if you stay. Let them stay there. So they had there last morning. I already told them, because when the war resumes, too late then. Because for them to benefit from that, to get us out of their house, that don't mean they're talking some of the consequences just gonna be delayed a little while longer. Give them maybe another year, maybe 2 months. But they're gonna suffer the consequences. They can't get around it. I said, get him out the house. I told him, so you got to get, first of all, you got to give us a common vision. You got to take false service down and show that what you saved him with common. Right? Then you got to tell the truth about what you did. Then you got to, instant transportation. I mean, you got to do it right now. Instant transportation. Right? And do it, let's worry about what happened when we get to Arabia. But they ain't going to do it. Like we said, Babylon could be healed, but it wasn't. If they'd done that, not perfectly healed, just buy more time. But you can't get away from consequence. Okay, so let me play this on code about sisters. Oh boy, I got a little technical issue here. What's going on? Okay, here you go, bounce. Let me play this. You see, the hitting us. Oh, we're taking it. We ain't fighting back. Submission. We're storing all that in. That's the consequence of what they're doing. And they got it. They gave us their mind. They gave us the mind we have. So that we're turning against ourselves. All that persecution, everything, and hitting us with, we're using against ourselves, storing up against ourselves. I said a man was beating himself. They keep hitting us year after year after year. All this force keep us oppressing us. We're storing it. And then Elijah comes and say, hey, no, turn the energy back against them. You for self. They're the problem. And then, well, get Farrakhan, Elijah out here. And say Farrakhan turn it back against themselves again. They're the problem. You got tone, sinful. And Suleiman will come and start denouncing them. So who Lord will consume the spirit of his mouth, destroy the brightness of the coming, because you got to turn against yourself. You're the problem. Scientology, your mind. All that stuff in your mind. And Suleiman overtakes, knocks him out. Force that, turn it back again against, like Elijah had it. Right? All that force that they be storing up back against them. That's the judgment. So now, bam. 1 year they find it back. It took about 40 years to build up. 1 year, hitting them. Boom, boom. Tribulate hit, boom, 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 boom. Too much. Can't handle it. Boom. Takes them out. Hope you understand it, brothers and sisters. That's called Simon. That's using wisdom. And who's best at that? Sisters are. They take a lot of shit. But you think it just disappeared? No. They saw a thin line between love and hate. Store it up. They can store up a lot. They store, for 9 months. when you put like kicking them and everything else for 9 months, they store it up. Then they kick your ass out for 9 months and say, I had enough of this. But they're the best at it. And you don't see it coming. And they got 400 years of stored up, all that done to them. They done more than they did to us. Our pride is one of the worst things hurt because we can protect our sisters. That right there is hurtful. But to see your sisters and you can't do anything about it, they crying, they carrying on, they raping them, they come and tell you to come over. You can't touch yourself, but you gotta. I just think about it, it gets me hard. I'm saying we forgive them. Really? Really? And you know something? If we were stupid enough to really buy that and let that happen, you think our women ever have any respect for us anymore? No other nation would either. They said, well, hell, you can always take them niggas down because we can beat them everything else and they'll just forgive us in the end. No, they're going to make an example out of. We're going to make an example out of them and all these traitors, most grievous chastisement. Because we get finished what we doing, nobody's ever going to fuck with us again, especially our women, ever. Got that? Farrakhan? Got that? Never again. Yeah, you did what you want to do to them 400 years, that's our sisters. But you're going to regret it. When they just see what we do to you, what you did to them, nobody's ever going to touch women ever again. They won't eat the thought when you come in their mind, where their fucking brain will explode. We ain't playing. Them sisters don't care about you. I don't care if they care about me. I care about them. They don't need to care about me. I care about them. I'm gonna get them home. Ain't asking to like me. I'm gonna get them home. They deserve it. If it's promised to them, it's gonna happen. Okay. Ain't about whether they like or not. Get them home. They want to go home. I'm gonna leave it there, brown sisters. I don't know if I'm gonna continue playing. So just play and see what happens. Then I'm gonna close out. As Farrakhan said, cinnamon, turning back on ourselves. You the problem. We the problem. We're wicked. The Scientology. It's in your mind. Okay? No, not the devils. They ain't devils anymore. You the problem. You brought because you was sinful. You're wicked. God punish you. We ain't going nowhere. That's the story. I'm gonna show you something else after this, and then I'm gonna close. Because he said he's Messiah, right? Okay. Here. See? That's a restrainer. You have a bomb, suppress it, implode, put a cover around, encasing something strong enough so it won't explode out. So that's what he's done. Make it explode in with it. on ourselves, not on the devils. Don't blame them. We want to save them. That's what. This is what he says. Well, somebody had to break through that. Take them down. Knock out that in case keep them. This container. Explode. The nation's about to explode, brothers and sisters. Took enough shit, no more. It's about to happen in a few more days, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm not going to this. Let's see, previous. Okay, let me see if I can find it right quick, and then I'm close. Yeah, I'm close, brothers and sisters. Here you go.
One. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up against Babylon, and against them that dwell in the midst of them that rise up against me, a destroying wind. 2. And will send unto Babylon fanners, that shall fan her, and shall empty her land, for in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about. 3. Against him that bendeth let the archer bend his bow, and against him that lifteth himself up in his brigandine, and spare ye not her young men, destroy ye utterly all her host. For thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and they that are thrust through in her streets. 5. For Israel hath not been forsaken, nor Judah of his God, of the Lord of hosts, though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. 6. Flee out of the midst of Babylon, and deliver every man his soul, be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of the Lord's vengeance, he will render unto her a recompense. 7. Babylon hath been a golden cup in the Lord's hand, that made all the earth drunken, the nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. 8. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed, howl for her, take balm for her pain, if so be she may be healed. 9. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed, forsake her, and let us go every one into his own country, for her judgment reacheth unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies.
Okay, brother, so I'm going to close out here, but I'm going to show you something. Now, remember, Joshua, if I explained it, Joshua's the Messiah. I show you, if you look at my other presentation, I explain that. I'll explain it now. The bottom line is, right? This is the person talking is the Messiah. He's the one who's called the Lord because he's called the Master of the Covenant. He's called the Lord, right? Chaldeans is a scriptural way of saying Caucasians. Slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, right? And it says Babylon suddenly fallen and destroyed. Right? Now, this is God's will, right? This is what is planned, determined. That's the will. That's what he says to do. So I bring a sword, cause division. That's what he says. Remember for the last 3 weeks it tells God's will. You got to be consistent with God's will. And the Messiah, right? That's Messiah talking right there. It's Messiah talking about, but what he's going to do. Joshua's the one that actually goes to go to war. Said to God, he followed him in the skies. That's what it said. If you read Exodus, Joshua's on the land after Moses. He left his home. He did all the fighting. He did all the battle on the land. That's where he's going to take out a child, all that, right? We're talking about right here. Full of wrath, all this, what he's going to do. They tell you all the things he's going to do is that sound nice, easy. It's like he wants to repent, change his mind. No, now, Farrakhan, he's a Messiah. Let's see what Farrakhan say about this. What's his attitude? See if he got the same attitude.
1. Thus saith
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Okay, you tell me, brother, says that Messiah talking? You just heard what Messiah had to say. What he's saying? Is he according to the will of God? Is he according to the will of God? Because he said, tell the opposite. He don't want to see none of that happen. The Messiah said that's what he's going to do. And he said, might do, he's going to do it. And he's happy to do it. Full of wrath. But that's how he's a Messiah? That's how he's a Messiah? He says Messiah. Close out, brothers and sisters. One more thing here.
The Lord hath brought forth our righteousness. Come, and let us declare in Zion the work of the Lord our God. 11 Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord hath raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, for his device is against Babylon, to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple. 12 Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon, make the watch strong, set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes, for the Lord hath both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon. 13 O thou that dwellest upon many waters, abundant in treasures, thine end is come, and the measure of thy covetousness. 14 The Lord of hosts hath sworn by himself, saying, Surely I will fill thee with men, as with caterpillars, and they shall lift up a shout against thee.
That sound like Farrakhan? He said, right? He says his will is to destroy America, destroy Babylon, destroy it. Farrakhan said, I don't want to do that. But you say he's Allah's will, right? I don't want to do that. What Farrakhan says? I don't want to do that. No, not me. I don't want to do that. But he said the Messiah, right? Then I said people with him, they don't believe in the truth. They're not there for the truth. Okay? Let's hear one more time and we'll close, brothers and sisters. This is the will of God. But what's the will of Farrakhan? He claims this is who he is. He's the Messiah. That Messiah talking here. Even if it was the Messiah, says this is the other. Yeah, you got the God and you got the Messiah. So what's the God? Well, still, he ain't in tune with his will either. One more, let's go.
Twenty.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadafuddin and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Okay, brother, sister, you be the judge. I said, if people was about the truth, that would have been say less, right? Because he's anyway you say we see you read scripture that God's out to destroy Babylon, America totally. And that's Muhammad that says came off the planet, died Muhammad. But he said, no, why? But you say he's the will? They've been doing 3 weeks. The will of God, the will of God, the will of God. He's against it. He's against it. Why is he against it? You won't find any scripture that verify what we just said. All is against. All right, brothers and sisters. Let it go. Assalamu alaikum. History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, when they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why is it that you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. You got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states to promise them that he would have prepared them for it, right? Their schools and education or whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later. It's like, They're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked and the farmers when they done the farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, you know, and man, they had, you know, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and to drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how is that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, he does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say $1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is They keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Maybe $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you gotta control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're just using a different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have to engineer, build a house. You don't have to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you, "I'll give you 6 days." He told you, "Listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything. Right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. They met the Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I come back work for you, I work for Popeyes, I do anything you want. No, remember, the blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land, that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, we please come and get them. Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on okay, he says That was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read it to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.